Alright, cool. We are here. I forgot to put in my breakfast for my, I guess it's technically my lunch. Sunny side up egg. It's just like an egg. Eggs cooked. One egg. I think they're large. Hey, how's it going, Kit? Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm adding to my food diary. I'm trying to lose weight, so I'm finally trying to track calories and stuff. Sourdough bread. I need a slice. Man, why is this like... This is where, like, okay, so this is where things are a problem, right? I'm gonna have to, 1 second, I gotta go measure. Okay. We're gonna be doing some math, right? So we're going to create a food. We're gonna do, each one's about 10 inches and each one has, so each bread is about 10 servings, more or less. I'm gonna say this bread has about 10 servings. So that makes 2 breads. So one recipe makes 12. Uh, 1,000 flour. I'm gonna use King Arthur's flour. I just need the bread flour. Bread flour. Sure, this one. 1,000 grams. 5 grams, please. 1,000 grams of King Arthur bread flour. So, bread. That's it. That is the only water, I guess. Can I add water as a recipe? Water. Just tap water. By the grams. 700. And then salt. Kosher. It's just, listen, they're all just fucking salts. Please by gram. And I add 20 grams. Servings. Slice. Servings per recipe, there's about 20. Whatever. That's a lot of carbs. It's a good thing I did eat the whole thing one time. We're not gonna worry about that right now. This is a new day. This is a new thing. Serving size is a slice. Save and add to diary. One slice. Did not eat the whole thing. I went one slice. Okay, so total today I have had 183 calories. My protein is looking really bad. I should be making more. Did I not? Save and add to diary. This one. One slice. All right, cool. 180. Never mind. I'm at 371 calories total for the day. And they are not protein. Most of it has been carbs. For breakfast, I had like 250 something calories, 260 calories. So for dinner, I'm gonna have to eat like a lot of protein, hopefully. Maybe I can like get away with eating 2 whole chicken breasts. That would be awesome. I love eating lots of protein. Oh well. Let's get started drawing. We're gonna, I'm gonna put my glove on. We're gonna do our figures. Up to 300-ish minimum for any meal. So I do a lot of snacking throughout the day, so I'll keep track of the snacks and how I do things. Right now, I'm not trying to like measure anything specifically. I'm trying to just like see what my baseline is. So I have no idea what I'm doing. This is like always the only part that's like really necessary to lose weight is to know how many calories you're eating and be regular and consistent about it, right? So, unfortunately, that is the worst part for me. I am just like insanely bad at that. It is absolutely my least favorite part is keeping track of calories. And there's no way to make it easier because, well, technically there's a way to make it easier. There's no way to make it easier than it already is, right? Because we have the ability to like do a scan, a barcode and stuff and get all the information out and do all the junk. And it's like, you can literally, it has never been easier to just 100% keep track of calories. And even at that level, it's way too much work for me. I'm like, I keep telling my friends, right? I'm a caveman. Just like, if you tell me that if I eat this every single day, I will lose weight, I'll eat it every single day. I'm pretty good at eliminating necessities. Meals and keep track of the calories each meal has instead of going item by item. Well, because it's like, there's a lot, I cook a lot of food, right? And that's what makes it really hard. So for example, the pickles that I made, right? How do I fucking keep track of the pickles, right? Like I don't fucking, what? How do I, listen. I just put some pickles in a jar and added a bunch of vinegar. I have no idea how many calories that's gonna be, right? Like, the fuck? Like, you don't even eat the garlic, but it's in there. Does that add vitamins, minerals? Like, what the hell? You're doing figures. What am I? I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted. These? Okay. New window? Take the number of pickles. Track the spice equivalent of vinegar. You've lost me immediately at like track the spices. It's just not it. You want me to, I don't know how many spices I put in. I put 3 cloves of garlic. I put in some, what's it called? I put in some peppercorns. I used an amount of basil. I had some sweet onion. All of my cucumbers are grown on my patio, so they're like nondescript sizes. That's like an extra step. Because so much of cooking is not measuring, right? There's a lot of measuring. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of measuring that goes into place. But a lot of cooking is like, needs more salt, needs more pepper. I could probably use these flavors or these spices with it. Or maybe I want a second steak or something, right? I have a food scale. It's just like having to write down and keep track of all that stuff is hard. It's so hard. It's so much more than like me drawing, right? Me drawing is easy. All I have to do is sit down and draw. Me keeping track of calories, it's impossible. Maybe. I understand it's like once you get into a rhythm, but it's like... I was watching a video because the video like inspired me to start doing this was by the Soy Pill. Fantastic channel, by the way. I highly recommend him for political reasons. But he's just like a really good... What's it? He has a very strong bias against people doing bullshit, right? And so this video where because he's also really jacked. And so it's like, this is the only video you're ever going to need about going to the gym. And it's like 95% food. And like, he only does like 10 seconds at the end, or like 10 minutes at the end, or 5 minutes probably, I think, at the end of the video, where it's him actually doing the workouts and stuff, right? And he's like, that's the part that matters least. The food is the part that matters the most. And I'm like, fuck, I know, but I like to eat carbs. I like to eat so much bread. Like, you don't understand. I bake bread. I eat so much bread. I want to make croissants now. Now that I know that I can't have croissants, I want croissants. Carb thing is just... No, I know. It's just like the amount of calories, right? The problem is that carbs are really calorie dense, right? And I am very weak of will. Oh my god, what am I doing here? That's pretty much just it, right? Like I'm very weak of will because I indulge in a lot of hedonistic pleasures. And that's the way I like my life. But I also want to be 180 pounds and I want to have abs and shit, right? And I want to look sexy as hell and I want to start an OnlyFans. And so like all of these things are kind of like counter to each other. And it's not like I just, oh, but you can still eat your bread. Yeah, I know I can still eat my bread, but I don't want to just eat my bread. I want to eat a lot of my bread. Yeah, as soon as I get to like Markiplier levels, Jesus Christ, why is it 2 butts today? Starting off on the butt end of the day, I guess. This is good. I've been planning on needing to study like asses because my asses are always flat as hell. Because like as soon as I get to like Markiplier levels of fit, then I'll do an OnlyFans. But right now, the problem is mainly just like, not only do I enjoy eating a lot of carbs, actually that is the entirety of the problem. That's the whole problem, right? The problem is that I enjoy a world without restraint, and that is a problem. And you don't know what it's like to be able to have like the desire to learn how to make really excellent food and then just make a lot of that food and then just like fucking gorge yourself. Like that is, I don't think I can describe how my hedonistic tendencies work better than that. I want to learn something that is amazing and indulge in that ability to its entirety. Ah! But now there's opposing conflicts of interest, and I'm like, fuck me, man. I just wanted to eat some croissants with chocolate in them all day. And then it's like, okay, well, that's too far. It's like, I know, but that's the thing that I wanted to do. There was a fantastic book, right? The book is a little bit like classist in the sense that it kind of blames the poor for the situation they are in health, right? Which is not a good way to put it, right? But it's like you can eat as much cake as you want, right? As much cake as you want. But you have to milk the cow. You have to grow the sugar. You have to do like from scratch. If you grow it all from scratch, then you can eat as much of it as you want because the amount of effort it takes to do all that stuff consumes as many calories or more as the calories that it takes to eat that cake, right? And so realistically, you have no choice but to be of a very fit health, I guess. Because it's not really unhealthy to be a little overweight, right? To be very fit than to like consume only the calories that you can directly produce. That type 2 is gonna be having a word with you. Wait, what type 2? Oh, type 2 diabetes? You know what? And it's really bad because I'm predisposed to it already because both my grandpa and my dad had diabetes. And there's supposedly a genetic link that if your ancestry had diabetes when it passed on its genes, like the condition of diabetes is like it's a trait that influences genetics on a active level, right? I forget what it's called, but it's like it's a gene that is like pliable and it mutates as it's activated in the environment. So it's like, for example, if you are someone who, when exposed to stress, create a lot of endorphins or whatever, and it ends up being a condition, right? If you, under that condition, produce those amounts of endorphins, now your children also have a higher rate of producing higher endorphins and getting that condition. But I forget the name of that. I think there's a name for it. There's gotta be, there's a name for everything. High blood pressure, something like that, I think. It's basically just like, well, you survived because you had this, so this must be helpful in some ways, so it's gonna affect a little bit of your genetic code. But I think, I could be wrong. I know that there's some markers that are like that, but I don't know exactly the prevalence they have or what else they might affect. I think diabetes is one of those. Because I know that blood pressure is an inherited trait. I just don't know if it's something that is inheritable once you achieve it. Because that's the way it is with some types of diabetes. It might just be like cause and effect, right? It's not that people that have diabetes pass on the trait. It's just that because those people gain diabetes, the people who inherited their genes are also more likely to have a predisposition to diabetes because of their parents' innate predisposition for it, I guess. That's the technical word for it. But so far it's been fine. I think it's mostly because I lean towards more like savory foods than sweets. That's not true. I lean towards sweet a lot, but I tend to just like not buy them because they're expensive. Soda is the big one for me. So I try not to buy soda, but if my mom's gonna offer me soda, I'm not gonna say no, right? Like, it's a little bit of soda. I don't know if it's fair or not. I was also watching a video before I got on stream. Like, I'll walk with Maho, and as I'm walking, I'll watch a video or something. Like, podcast style, I guess. And I was listening to a video that was about the difference between niceness and kindness. Because, you know, at any time, like, I watch those sorts of things, I'm always, like, very self-conscious. I'm like, oh my god, is this going to be the video that outs me for being, like, I knew it, I was a fake the whole time, or whatever. You know how it is. Everyone has imposter syndrome about everything. Maybe it's just me. Or maybe I'm not even good enough to get imposter syndrome. That was an interesting video to watch. It actually led me to an interesting conclusion about how I feel about critiques, right? Because, what's it called? When I give critiques, I do them very differently to other people, I think, to most people, I guess. It's what people keep telling me. It's like, wow, that's a different way of doing things. I'm like, yeah. And it's like, mostly I'm worried because the video is talking about the difference between like a kind person and a nice person. Talking about how a kind person will tell someone what they need to hear, and a nice person will just tell them what they want to hear, sort of a deal. And so I want to try to make that distinction, right? I try to make that distinction a lot because I don't really think that me telling you what you should change is going to make you a better artist, right? It's going to make you into an artist more like me. And that's where I feel like, what is the value of a critiquer? As someone who gives a critique, what is my worth, right? What is the worth of that I have to say or what I have to do, right? And as an educator, so the difference is like a nice person is going to see things as transactional. I'm not changing anything. It's not like justification or kind of anything or whatever. What I'm saying is, what is my worth as a because I'm thinking of like a better way to describe it to people, because people are always like, you can't just like be nice like that. You need to tell them what they need to hear. And it's like, I think you guys are looking at it the wrong way. Just personally, right? Because I'm out here like, as someone who gives a critique, what is the worth? What is the benefit? What is the value that I can provide, right? And really the answer is, the only thing I can provide of value is like what I have practiced, what I have learned, what I have gained the knowledge in. But that can only be applied when somebody wants that information, because people just do not know how to like learn and stuff, right? Additionally, if I speak too freely, I run the risk of what's it called? Basically poisoning the well, in the sense that the only thing that I can give, like as far as opinions, is what I would do and what I would change, right? And I, one, don't believe that I am the arbiter for what is art. And two, I don't believe that everyone should make art like me, right? I believe that people should make art like they want to make art. And the only way I can help them do that is by being as objective as I can with what they're trying to learn and come to the same consensus of how they might be able to improve that, right? If someone asks me, how do I make my art more like yours? How would you take this art piece that I have done and turn it into something that you have done? Then that would be a very different critique than my usual critiques, right? And it kind of runs down to like, I feel like you're doing yourself a disservice if you want to draw your art like me, because my pencil is not working. Because if you're doing your art like me, you're not doing your art like you. And I think it's more valuable to have more artists like you out there than there are to have more artists like me out there. From a self-interested point of view as well. Like, if everyone's doing art like I do, then why would anyone come to me for art? And so, and I'm like thinking about this, I'm like, you know, if I can tell someone what I enjoy and like about their work, what that does is instead it tells them what they themselves are doing good and what they might want to change. So that's why I primarily focus on, like, when I give critiques, I'm like, this is what I like. If I didn't mention it, I either didn't think it was enough of a problem to like, I didn't think it was something that I enjoyed enough to point out, or maybe I thought it was a problem area that I would have changed, and I'm better suited keeping my opinion to myself because it's something that I would have changed and not necessarily something that they would have changed. And if they tell me they want to improve that or change that, then I can go ahead and follow up with like, okay, here's the actual technical abilities. Here are your options. Here's your choice. Here's what you can do to improve that stuff, right? I felt a little bad because when I talked about Miggy's art the other day, I said they had a little bit of same face syndrome, but it's not like, I think I used it incorrectly, right? Because same face syndrome is when somebody draws the same face over and over and over again, right? I think that Miggy has a very technical art style, right? And their art tends to just be way more like as written. You know what I mean? So they're more, in my opinion, more technically proficient than I am, as far as like line weight goes and just like getting clean finishes and stuff. And so I didn't really mean that they have same face syndrome. What I meant was that their faces are all a very neutral expression. And so they kind of look similar because they're all using the same quote unquote face, which I don't think is a bad thing. To specify and clarify, I think that's just like a difference in preferences and opinions. And they asked me how to make more expressive faces, and I gave them an opinion on that and some tips on how to modify and change. But they came to me with that question. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Because Moob keeps telling me it's like you're against criticism. I'm like, I'm not against criticism. I just don't think people know where their strengths are as someone who can give criticism. It's not in telling someone what to change or how to improve. You can't tell someone how to improve. You can only like answer what they want to change because they need to find their own path. I didn't even see that message. What the hell? I think Moob is in just like in a rough place with people around him because they always are like, it's so weird that the people in your community are nice. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? People should be nice to begin with. Why are you surrounding yourself with people who aren't nice? Or at least like cordial, right? I don't know. I think we're all kind of trapped by our own presuppositions of how life is. But I want them to do well, because I know they have the ability to be nice and kind and do good things for others, and they have that same spirit of like getting really excited that somebody liked their thing. And I think it would be really awesome for them to really find that ability within themselves. And then especially just being able to create art that he wants to make. That's what I'd enjoy. I agree with, hey, how's it going, Chap Ryan? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's odd because such an awesome person, welcome person. They just have, like, very strong views of, like, historically what they should be doing, right? Jesus Christ, this is awful. Let me start that one over again. I'm gonna have to be way more loose than I wanted it to be, because I kind of just flubbed it at the beginning. But regardless, you know, it's important to take everyone's like opinions and like thoughts and stuff and not like discount them, right? Take them as what they thought, what they mean, try to interpret it. Because I feel like if we don't, we kind of like miss a chance to reflect on ourselves, right? I think that's always nice to do. I want to be a person that I like to think about. Is that narcissistic? Can I say that? Can I get away with saying that? One second, just really want to get this pose in. Of course, I'm not going to be able to, and I'm running out of time. Fuck me. Anyway, yeah, as much as I admire your stuff, I don't think I'd ever want to make the same art as you, and maybe it's because that's just too far away. No, it's not too far away. Shut the fuck up. You can't say that. Making your own favor. Like, listen, my, like I said before, among my friend group, among like the people online, stuff like that, even if I agree with like something that someone says or whatever, or what's it called, or what is good and stuff like that, oftentimes I'll disagree with why, or I'll have a different reason, or it'll be something that they are opposed to, right? Or they're like, that's not it at all, right? It feels like I'm super vindicated for Superman just because like yeah, the appeal is that he's just a good person. Like, I don't understand everyone else who is like, he's so boring. And it's like, everyone else is just shit. Everyone else is mean in real life. Why would I not enjoy a character that is just nice and does everything they can be to be nice and kind, I guess, because the video that I watched is distinguished between nice and kind. Yeah, the newest James Gunn's movie, right? Like, I love it just because he's so happy, right? Even as he's getting the shit kicked out of him, he's so happy to just like defend and protect people and do what he thinks is right. And I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. Absolutely. They don't need to give a reason for why he's doing good. He's just like, I just want to be a good person. I'm like, yes, thank you. That's it. He won. He gets it. He understands. But even just like regular Superman also. I like Superman when he's written like that. When there isn't like some complex whatever reason underneath. He doesn't need to know everything, do everything. He just knows what is right and what's wrong and what he needs to do. I'm going so slow on all of these. I'm gonna need to take a break. Longer break than usual, just to kind of assess why it's going like this. But I know that's like, people are like, oh, but that's boring because they just like, that's all there is to the character. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I'm dumb, right? Like, if you try to add all these like layers of nuance and complexity, I'm like, that's cool, but the character that you did all that to, I just thought they were awesome because they have a nice hairstyle or something, right? Like, I'm not smart, all right? I like a character if they're good, if they're a nice person, they're kind genuinely, if they treat other people very well. And if they don't, or if they like have some sort of like cringy background, it kind of falls a little flat to me. That's why when people are like, oh yeah, Wade Wilson, he's just so ingenuous or unserious. And it's like, man, I just feel so much pity for the character, for Deadpool. It's like, it feels like the dude's actually trying hard sometimes. And it's like, it doesn't work, and he lashes out and it makes things worse and makes people think like he's not trying later. I'm like, yeah, that sucks. That sucks a lot. No shame in writing a character who carries the tone. I think I agree. It's why I don't have Superman amongst my favorites. He's just, you know, I don't know. But I understand I'm like a niche, very niche, like everything that I do. And so it's like, I'm not surprised if there's not a ton of viewers. I'm not surprised if there's not a ton of people who like my stuff. I appreciate the moob shows up despite not really liking my art, right? because that means a lot to me. I've already talked about that, but he's a friend that shows up, and I think that matters to me a lot more than whether or not they like my art. I didn't even get the legs in. Fuck, I'm so slow. We've got sexy fucking Sailor Man here, and I'm not gonna be able to get him in either. This looks real bad. Fuck. What am I doing here? No! Head's too small. Alright, give you a character. Fucking Wailord from Pokemon. Yeah. See, it's just like nonstop, unhinged stuff out of the pockets. People are like, why would they say that? Why would they pick that character? It's like when I was going into like Spooky Stream for some of the first times I was in Spooky Stream, they were doing like sketch requests, right? For like thumbnails or whatever. And I was like, what about a guy that's like getting out an explosion and there's like a banana and the banana says, you come here often? And they're like, what? Why? What's going on? Depends, right? If I said Snorlax, does he count as a character? What about Munchlax? Does Pikachu count as a character? How much agency in the show do they need to be a character? Does Brock count? What about Misty? Of course they do, but then what about Togepi? Are we limited to characters being like people? Can they be settings? Does Gotham count as a character? Guns and cute bodies. What about, so then does that mean that Pokemon Vacation counts as a movie with no characters? All of the characters are just Pokemon, and they go on a little misadventure by themselves. What does character mean? Can a rock have character? What about plants? Does Treebeard count as a character? Questions. It's for sure an outlier since the Pokemon in that movie have agency. Well, Pikachu in most of the TV series has agency. In fact, the only reason he's not in a Pokeball is because he refuses to go into it. Additionally, you have characters like Jigglypuff from the original Pokemon series that was never taken as a Pokemon but is a reoccurring character that shows up, makes people fall asleep, and when they fall asleep to their singing, gets really mad and like writes on their faces. Okay, so then what about Togepi? Does Togepi count as a character? 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 But Togepi clearly had a personality in the TV show. She was a little baby egg, and she would get into mischief, and Pikachu would have to save her. Munchlax also. Munchlax would just choose to leave the Pokeball and go find something to eat. See? How does this all work, right? You never answered my Treebeard question either. Or what about rocks? Does a very particular rock get to be a character? Does the sword and the stone count as a character? No, because it doesn't have agency. What about deciding who gets to be the future king of England? Is the stone preventing Excalibur from coming out, or is Excalibur preventing itself from coming out? The Squirtle that wears sunglasses, that's a character. The others are just props. But see, Squirtle, in that sense, Squirtle in the show is in the Pokeball more often than like Munchlax from Pokemon Emerald, right? So many questions. So many questions. Who should be doing the thinking? Exactly, right? Does neither the sword have agency or the stone because Merlin enchanted both of them? Oh, who should be doing the thinking? Oh, I think I like it more when the stone does the thinking, right? I think all this like talk about, like if I make a character that is literally just like a sentient rock, right? They don't move. They don't walk, they don't do anything. They're just telepathic. They're just the one rock, right? Isn't you? My man beat the charges. Wait, what? Favorite fruits. My favorite fruit. You know what? I'm gonna do an off the wall one. My favorite fruit is a really good pear. You know, like a lot of people don't like pears. And I understand. You get one that's too ripe, bleh, no flavor, it's like hard in parts, it's yucky, it's not good, right? You get one that's overripe and it's like it's squishy, it holds no like texture, right? But like you get a pear that's just right and it's like it's soft, it's sweet but not overly sweet. It's got a little bit of graininess to it so you can like chew on something even though it's mostly like water. The skin that sticks to the outside, you have like this wonderful little like, I don't know like the like words for it, but the distraction, the what's it called? The texture of like chewing on the skin is lovely. Boy in the freezer? Really? Do they go good in the freezer? I like them warm and soft. Not like warm, I like them chilled, right? Chilled is really nice, although room temperature is not bad. Top 5? Mm-hmm. I would definitely put it above a banana. And it's like, apples are in my top 5, but they are so much work. It's like the apples that are artificially so large feel like they're bad for me. And the apples that are very small, it's like you're natural or more naturally occurring, but also it's like, what the fuck is the point anymore? Grapes can be good if you count them as fruits. But I love the sugary ones, right? I love sugar sweet grapes that taste like cotton candy. I don't like grapes, right? I like sugary grapes. Same thing with cherries, right? Merino cherries, really good, but I only like them when they're like preserved in syrup. So, hmm, hard to say, hard to say. Although I did have some really nice cherries while I was in Seattle, but I only liked them because they tasted like the grapes that tasted like cotton candy. So, that also, I feel like that doesn't count. Now, fruiting bodies, then I'd probably have to say, probably a king trumpet mushroom, right? The king oyster mushrooms, whatever you want to call them. Very excellent. Very excellent. They're basically if you took a regular white mushroom and then you just made them much larger. I thought they were very good. I always enjoy them quite a bit. Although shiitakes are really nice, I don't know if I'd put them in my top 5. No, they definitely go in the top 5. Not my favorite though, because you can't really eat a shiitake mushroom, like saute it and then eat it, right? I think you have to like use it in a stock or like add it to something else. Like it's such an overpowering flavor that it needs to be part of something else. That's what I think at least. As far as the other ones, white mushrooms, like little button mushrooms, are always excellent. Like they're my solid, I would say B tier for button mushrooms. I think button mushrooms are a really good B tier, right? Because I love them so much that I eat them all the time. But the flavor isn't out of this world, right? There's a lot of good things about them. They're cheap, they're easy to like fry up, they're like really yummy, but because we're talking about fruiting bodies now, obviously, right? So fruiting bodies would include mushrooms. It would also include certain vegetables, which would probably be more like tomatoes or something. Really anything that produces fruit, right? It wouldn't include like hardline vegetables, like root vegetables, because those parts of the plants don't actually serve any reproductive purpose unless you count garlic, which is a very interesting case because the bulb can asexually reproduce. But anyway, you're gonna draw me with the big fucking glasses. When I went to Twitter to see people's reactions, right? What exactly am I working on? I was drawing the springy ass nerd. You can draw it too. There's no reason why you can't also draw it. 2 cakes and all that. I was just gonna delete this in the end anyway. Negative face. Don't switch. Don't switch anything. Okay, I just sent it to a friend. So I thought they would get a laugh out of it. I'm gonna send it to my other friend. Also. Yo, nice. Lemony. Sorry, I'm responding to things because I got distracted. Super very valuable collectibles. You say so. My collection of very rare springs. How do I not know how to spell Renaissance? Like, after all this time, how do I still not know? Tuck safely in your folder. One more place I can send this to. That's the wrong one. Alright, cool. Goodbye forever. That's enough of a break. Yeah, of course. But that really does come down to the whole effort versus like reaction, right? Because I put very little effort into that, and you're very happy with it. It made me very happy to get to the point where those sorts of things take no effort at all. I made this hand way too fucking big. What the fuck? I'm making up stuff. No. Being an inconvenience thing always helps people. Yeah, me too. I'm also happy it's not like growing really fast. Don't get me wrong, I wish I could do this for a living like off the bat, but I understand that that takes time. And so I'm more happy that it's really organically growing with a lot of people who are happy to be there and looking for that kind of engagement. And it's not just like bloated with a lot of people who are showing up just because they get extra awards or benefits or something. Because no offense to the people who show up later, but like the people who show up at the beginning are just like built different. I made the head too small. Wondering if Mahal got fleas. I've been really itchy lately. I don't want to just like blame my dog. because I've been having phantom itches. I might just be hallucinating the itching. I know, me neither. I woke up in the morning yesterday, not today, and I was like, I'm really itchy in random places and it feels like something is crawling on my skin. I like wait until it happens again and look at it without moving as much as possible, and I don't see anything. And I'm like, well, that's quite peculiar. I hope that doesn't become a trend. Here it comes. Everybody ready? Owie. You know, I've never watched I've never watched Evangelion. It feels like I'm a fake fan. This is a song for the memes. 1000%. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-da-da-dum, bum, ba-da-da-dum. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum, bum. These hands, by the way, are a great example of when I'm not just going by the outline, I'm going by the construction. And though a lot of the times it looks like I'm going by the outline. Man, I'm just making him look like short-armed and stuff. Get me out of here, get me out of here! Okay, cool. Fuck me, that one looks awful as shit. Oh my god. Hey, how's it going, Moob? Welcome, welcome. Learn to forgive me. Wait, what are you doing? That's so cursed. Is it me? Is it about me? Boxy ass penguin man. I don't really like this construction method all that much. Bit stiff. Just a bit stiff. Unfortunately, oh no. Oh no. Alright, let's think about things in terms of ribcage, pectoral muscles. Thinking about just the neck coming down. Head. Biceps. Triceps. There's a video I meant to watch last night called Finding the Center Line, how to draw orcs, right? It was like a Proco video that was talking about the center line of like a character, the bisect, and making stuff like symmetrical. And looked really cool. I forget who it was that was doing the demo, but be excited to see it again. This is pretty good. I really like this one. Because it's a pose that I want to draw a lot of. Trying to kick my tutorial addiction. Yeah, you can kick that by just drawing more. I think that one was less of a tutorial and more of just like a maybe best practices sort of deal or something. Maybe it was like a way of conceptualizing it. Who knows? It's like a Proco thing, so it kind of oscillates between like people giving a masterclass and people giving like lectures. Okay, I think Moob's cat got onto the keyboard. Yep, there he goes. As they are wont to do. I think that was there, but I'm drawing it from memory, so maybe that's not the best. Don't forget, excellent time to do figures or do some drawing or whatever, catch up on whatever projects you wanted to draw. I'm just sitting here doing some doodles, yapping about. Yikes, I don't like that at all. No, we're gonna erase that because I don't like that. There you go, that's a little bit nicer. And so I'll see how fast Turtle is growing, catching on new topics so fast. Draw some abominations. They are, they're making good progress. It is always the easiest to improve when you are just beginning. Because to go from knowing nothing to knowing something, you don't have to work very hard. I think they're doing good. No, what? I'm already fucking done. Fuck me, I'm so slow today. Today I am slow, apparently. Isn't old. I think Turtle is more or less 20, 22 or something. It's not like super far off. Not old. Listen, whatever you're talking about, like you can learn just as quickly. At this, like past 20, they're all the same. It's all the same fucking number. All right. I put the head too low in that. Not encroaching on 30 yet. None of us are really old here. I am so decrepit, though. I might not be old, but I am decrepit. Probably because of my eating habits. I do this one already? I think I did. I did. Hard to forget that one. It's old. Older than 30 is even older. Depends on whether or not you think 100 is a big number. Yes. I guess in percentage of life lived, 30 is quite a lot. Some people have even less. Online ageism is so wild. Wait, hold on. Wait. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Let me finish this and I'll catch up with chat. I saw one where it was like, fucking, Bill Gates started Microsoft at 20. Steve Jobs started Apple at 21. It's too late. Give up. It's like, what the hell? Alright, I gotta catch up. There's a lot. This is a good post, but I gotta catch up. Really old here. Older than 30 is even older. The online ageism is so wild. Oh, you like watching anime? Girl, unk. Oh, you still draw cartoons? Get like unk. You like reading comic books? Girl, up. Read Sun Tzu. Wow. I don't have a singular hobby as an adult. I've read Sun Tzu. The man made a book that's just common sense, and somehow people went, wow, this is revolutionary. Waste of time. I like the one where he's like slapping flies on your testicle. That's a fun one. What's your favorite Sun Tzu one quote? Oh, it's the one about slapping testicles. I thought that was really funny. I'm getting too distracted by her muscles. She's got great muscles. Holy shit. Holy shit. Really flexible too. Ooh, ow, fuck me. What the hell? I don't know. This is making me laugh. Ah. Like, it looks ridiculous. All right, I promise. It looks ridiculous, but It is also the exact same fucking thing that I'm being shown. Man gets impaled on his testicles. New word, like elbow and redefine the English language. What have you done? I made some pickles today. Both of the lids popped back down, so I'm excited to. I believe that like they're all properly sealed. My figure drawings are still naked even if closed. Do you want to change that? Sounds like you're still working on anatomy. If you're not comfortable moving past that yet. But if you want to change that, there's no reason to not start changing it, right? If they're being naked is bothering you even when they're closed, just start trying to draw them with clothes on. And you're gonna not get it right, but that's okay. It's drawing the ones with clothes. I draw them with hot. Essence of form if it's obscured by cloth. I think that's kind of the beauty of figure drawing. It's finding out how much you can obscure the human form and still have it readable as a human being, right? Because I think what it does is it allows us to play with shape language a lot, right? It teaches us where our limits on the human, because all of this is an illusion, right? It's 2D lines on a 2D plane, giving the illusion of depth, right, to the human eye because it's dumb and it doesn't really understand. So playing around with like obscuring the form and how much of it will read like a human being, even when it has like abstractions or different things in the way, is a really good way to practice pretending to see the vision before you can see it, right? I can just use the side of the pencil. The side of the pencil is so much easier. Yeah. If you are someone who sees in shapes a lot more than you see with like forms and value, like if you use lines for shapes instead of shading, but you see like shapes better as volumes, then it might be easier to do figure drawing with like something that you can do like blockouts and stuff. I'm trying to think of the words and also do this at the same time. Wait, what? Why is there another one? Did I miss one? I don't think I missed one. Well, whatever. You go here. Wait, I hope it doesn't make me sound like a creep knowing how to draw the clothed naked. I don't think so. Like I was telling Kit though, because Kit had a similar question, not the other day, but like a bit ago, where they were asking, is it okay to draw the anatomy underneath the clothing? And I'm like, I think that's fine. There's nothing wrong with whenever you're drawing, right? There's nothing wrong, but it depends on your goal, right? If your goal is to like learn how to like from a study, when you draw the anatomy underneath the clothes, you are no longer studying the image. What you are doing is you are practicing your knowledge of anatomy, right? And trying to make it fit in the place where the clothes are hiding and obscuring. It can come from like really easy to really hard, depending on if the person is wearing like spandex or if they're wearing a big fluffy coat. So this idea that like, should I or shouldn't I draw the thing? Well, that depends. Are you trying to study from the reference or are you trying to practice your anatomy? Because one is a study and the other one is practice. And the difference is you're going to feel like you didn't, after you study the image and then you try to recreate something like it, you're going to feel like, why can't I draw the clothes on top of this naked person? It's because you didn't practice drawing clothes in the form of a human, right? You didn't practice getting the volumes of these cloth shapes in front of the form. You don't have that. You practice the anatomy instead, which is fine, but you're also not using the real anatomy that's there, right? And from the clothing, your knowledge of anatomy, so you know how the clothing falls. Sort of. Unless you are tracing and drawing directly onto it, you're not. Right? You are visualizing on one hand, interpreting it in your brain, and then drawing with the other. It's like if I try to draw a hand, and my brain is like, yep, that's a hand. It's a symbol of a hand, right? Because you didn't actually draw what was there, you're drawing what you think was there. You can only use one hand? What? Only use one hand? What does that mean? I only draw with one hand too. What? 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 Huh? If I draw with two hands? I use shortcuts, I guess. That's two hand. You said your brain and then on the other hand. Oh. That's probably not what I meant at all. Yes, in that case that would be very difficult. But what I meant to say is that you're taking visually one side and then to the other side you're projecting, right? There's a difference between like studying and projection. And when you're drawing the anatomy underneath, You're projecting, right? You are not absorbing the information that is there because you're not drawing the information that is there. Does that make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's where I missed one. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Why do we have to bring projecting into this? Because that's what you're doing with your mind. With your mind's eye. You're projecting the forms onto the paper so that you can draw them. Seventy. All right. All right, back to animating. Ah. How's your animation? It's all right, I guess. This is what we have so far for this section. We've only managed to get like 3 frames done for this sketch in the last few days. This is part of the anticipation frame. So I need to pull up the other one and find out how it's going. How many frames? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's about 2 frames. One, 2, 3. Let's leave it on there for 2 frames. Okay, so the next frame we're going to do is pretty much the exact same as this frame. The only difference is I'm not allowed to give characters anymore. A. You did say give him a character, so he typed out the character A on the keyboard, you know? Because characters are in the alphabet, yeah. It's so dumb. I want you to know it's really dumb. You have lost character. Can I be a mod? I don't like the power difference. There is no power difference here. Besides, you're already a mod on the Discord. You should be. I don't know necessarily what Discord counts as mod, but the Blade Runner Moople's role should have what's it called? Mod abilities. Basically, since I gave you the Blade Runner Moople role. Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 da ba ba ba. Another character. Fucking. I don't know, man. How about Jerry's uncle from Tom and Jerry? The one that comes down and he's like, I went down to the Rambo. I'm not joking. This is the exact delivery. Hold on. I'm gonna pause it so I can show you guys. Hold on, let's turn on the reference. All right. I was just nope, it's not gonna play.
Gotta rehearse my song. Whoa, what the that's kind of pretty before it gets started, ain't it? Oh, Froggy went courting, he did ride Crambo.
I think T is just busy.
Froggy went courting, he did ride Crambo. Froggy went courting, he did ride a sword and a revolver by his side. Crambo killed flop-a-doo yellow bug, too lot of That's a hard part right in there, and then nephew. Crambo killed flop-a-doo yellow bug, too lot of
I like how the guitar keeps going even though he's not playing it.
And the yodel goes right in there somewhere, but it's a little too high for me. Oh, where will the wedding supper be? Crambo. Where will the wedding supper be? Crambo. Where will the wedding supper be? Way down yonder in a cotton wool, in a eucalyptus tree. Crambo. Crambo killed flop-a-doodle yellow bug. That's that hard part again, right in there. Flop-a-doodle yellow bug, toodle on it, come around, top bottom it, Crambo. Guitar string on you, nephew?
I love that character so much. They're so fucking. Oh my god. Oops.
Hey guys, welcome back. This time I want to talk a little bit about.
That's not what I wanted to show. Anyway. Let's get the music back on, huh? What are the two most common syllable shapes? Probably like an O sound and then like a tame sound. Oops. Let's see, I don't. There's a mouth guide. I do have the mouth guide. I'm not asking. I have one frame to do don't attain. Don't attain. That's don't attain. That's 3 syllables in one frame. I need to pick the average, as well as this frame is probably going to be reused in other places. Is there really only 5? Whenever I look at mouth guides, it's like a million different mouth shapes. Don't attain. Why don't we turn on the music to see what we're going to be playing around here? I'm going to regret that. It's definitely going to be the D. Okay. All right. Okay. Too advanced. Go basic. I should. I really should. I really should. I won't though, but I really should. I really should. I want to change the mouth. We'll just put the corners in. I don't. Duh. What is the D shape for it? Ba-da-dum-ba, ba-da-da. That is gonna be like perspective is kicking me. Yeah, it happens. Don't worry about it too much. Oh shoot, I messed up. Here. This should be more of like this. It's an easy fix at least. Let's see. There is no B. Not here. See. I don't detain. Kind of memes. Just draw a cube. Plus, it's just for memes. I definitely recommend. I don't know what to recommend. You can go about it many different ways, right? Just draw a whole bunch and then like apply the practice later, because as you're drawing, you're going to naturally trend towards trying to apply the practice, because during the practice, you're going to train yourself to like, this is the thing that I want. This is the thing that I want to do. And so drawing those basic cubes, drawing those muscle memory practices, right? Just like making sure those are part of your like everyday core is going to improve your drawing immensely. And you could just draw a whole bunch of those for like 5 years straight, which is what I did. The shrimp method? Wait, which one's the shrimp method? Am I unaware of a method? Probably. I don't know about that. Okay, well, let's find out. Shrimp method drawing. How I practiced drawing things in a tutorial form. Shrimp. I think it's a joke. Good tutorial teaching you should actually practice and expand your visual reference library. Right, this is, oh my god, that's a lot of individual pictures. What the hell? Hello, if you are reading this, means that you want to know how to, can I just, why is Tumblr like this? Whatever. Can be useful now that you have only 3 shrimp photos saved. Pick one, preferably one that shows all of its body. These features. 6 height of the shrimp. Yeah. This works really well. I recommend that. Step 1. You are now prohibited to look at any shrimp photos or anything shrimp related. You must pick up a paper or open the program you used to draw. Really doesn't matter. And draw a shrimp. An alive one with its full body parts and all. You do not know how to draw one? Good. You probably at any point in your life saw one. So close your eyes, think about a shrimp, and draw one. Draw the best shrimp that you can draw. Did you draw it? Good. Keep it. It is very important for you to keep this drawing. Look at it. It is a shrimp, right? Good. You are now prohibited to change or look at it until the last step of this exercise. I go to the next step. Google exists. Find a picture of a shrimp. Pandalis borealis, or simply pink shrimp. Hey, T's here. This is just the tracing method that I keep breaking down for you guys. I did this exact same method on Saturday when I did my Not Safe for Work stream. But yeah, it's a really good way to practice. Although I don't know about not looking at reference at all before you start drawing it. I guess it's kind of just like a, this is the bare minimum approach, maybe? I don't think it matters. What is going on? There's just the back and forth. Oh no, what a horrendous power imbalance between the mods and Moob. Now it has to keep going until it's a benchmarker. Have some contrast. That's good. Set compare it like in control group. You're outnumbered. I can't make everyone that shows up to my stream a mod. That would be ridiculous. Notifications in the Discord server. Can't make Moob a mod, are you crazy? Give me another character so you can have profile pictures on Discord, please. I need them. You just steal them, but that wouldn't be very nice. T, you have to give characters. Me and Moob are no longer allowed to give kit characters. They got very upset with us. Me? I don't know. Rupert? Is it Rupert? Did I get that right? Something before that. Here it is. Ralph. Sorry, Ralph. It's true. I don't. I remember them. I could have said Suzanne, but I did not. Sad state of affairs. I only draw myself, or myself adjacent. But yeah. Guys, Syndicate. Well, listen. I was like, is Waylord a character? And Kit was like, the Pokemon? Pokemon can't be characters. And I was like, is Pikachu a character? And they're like, yeah, of course Pikachu's a character because they have personality. Is Snorlax a character? And Kit hasn't seen any of the Pokemon show, so apparently there's no way for me to be able to give them that kind of character. And then I was like, is a rock a character if it is sentient? It just speaks and does nothing. Because I could have said Olmec, right? Everyone loves Olmec. At least I thought everyone liked Olmec. Until Kit hated rocks and characters. Anyway, I'm not allowed to give characters anymore. Unless I'm explicitly asked, I guess. All right, one last doodle. Should draw Hermes from Hades. Caesar from Big Top Burger. Oh, thanks. That's a good one. I had to draw them yesterday, so I think it's only fair. What's the wrong... Slab squatting, sure. Slab squatting with a cigarette. It is quite delicious. It was quite good. Garlic turning blue is a chemical reaction. I'm wondering if Moob is going to abuse their mod powers now that they know that they have them. Oh, there's Moob. Never mind. Huh. I was wondering. Well, yeah, because Move is the only mod on the Discord server. That's why they have the role Blade Runner Moobles. They are in charge of weeding out all the AI people on Discord because they have a lot of experience with that. They've already like knocked out 2 people who were like AI artists sort of deals. That's why it's called Blade Runner Moobles, because he's being a Blade Runner. I don't. Is that like an O sound? O mouth to you guys? I don't attain. Supply the dog with treats. Gotcha. We're using up the wild boar treats. Here you go, buddy. Hey, no. Yes, good boy. He's a good baby boy. Give me a reasonable pose to draw. Wait, Slopscott's a pretty reasonable pose. The only sane person here? I feel like I'm going to decide to take insanity as a compliment. I feel like if you want to make Hermes really funny, you have to make him like slow, right? So he has to be like in a conversation with someone who takes forever to talk. And he's just like, you can see on his face that he's like, please free me from this torture. Like, first time ever. Excuse you. Quite rude. I am the streamer here. I have the power. Fucking mod standing over me with the Bane pose. Do you feel powerful? I am in control here. Do you feel in control? I don't attain. Yeah, I don't attain. Okay, cool. That works well enough, I think. think I can keep the arms in the exact same place and bring the body up slightly. And it should have the same effect. No, it just has the. I definitely need to move the arms down. But not yet. Oh! Oh my god. I guess I kind of want to put the arms in just so I have like a volume to reference. Can you send me your Hermes drawing yesterday? Did I not? I thought I did. Is that part? It was. Didn't I? Maybe I didn't. Could have sworn I did. Perhaps I did not. Done? Uh-oh. Done with what? Kit Freighter of Southern Continents, commander of the Twitch Hordes. About 4 of us, maybe. He is here. Just an honorable move. What does that say in the tiny fucking text? Some would say righteous even. Pure brilliant. Incredible at drawing round objects of various uses. What the Oh my god. Wait, is there a banner of me? Wait, hold on. This is great. I love the fortifications and the attention to detail on the ramparts. Oh my gosh. This almost looks like the map from some game. It's so silly. I love it so much. It's amazing. Oh my god. This better not start some like decade-long entrenched like fucking us versus them mentality that's gonna be on down the rabbit hole. I swear to god. If I see a fucking YouTube documentary about Sprung's community and the like ongoing war between Discord and Twitch, I'm gonna lose my mind. This is the wrong person. Here you go. Okay, Kit. You have received narrative foreshadowing. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Let's see. What is this? Water emergency. You must shut off water supply immediately for the following buildings. Wait, no! I'm building 5. Wait, it's going to come back at building at 5 p.m. Okay, never mind. Draw an intact castle? If that is your preferred preference. Preferred preference. What a way to say that. Alright. I'll draw one and then send it so you can draw your siege weapons on it. Throwing down the gauntlet. You guys are very silly. It's very funny. I enjoy it quite a bit. Mm. How do I want this? to appear. Mm. Mm. Maybe we don't mess with all of this. Maybe we just leave it just slightly shifted. I think it looks different enough. But I see, no, there's enough of like a rotational change that I like it. Okay, cool. Not today. I'm tired. Yeah, you should sleep. It's like 10 p. Well, it's only like 10 p.m. over there. I understand the exhaustion though. There is no rush for anything. Wait, what? 9? Is it 9 over there? I thought it just turned 10. I guess you're 6 hours ahead right now. That's weird. There wasn't... Hold on, has daylight savings times happened? Is there a different daylight savings time that I'm not aware of in the UK that happened? Because I thought it was 7. But maybe I'm just wrong, because I think it's like 10 for Kit right now. Right? Then maybe I'm just bad. The answer is I am just bad. Works for me. Ah. God, I won't be able to annotate this time. 2 minutes to 10? So you're 7 hours. And then Moob is 6. Huh. Wait, annotate what? My meme drawings. Oh. I feel like anything shouldn't change. The chest should more or less stay the same. Quips and references. You can probably just do that. It doesn't take too long, right? I'm sure your little quips go appreciated. This was insane. Nice. Congratulations. I wanna see the memes. I wanna see the memes. Oh, art and stuff for streams. Nice. Oh, there's Kai. What is this? The little peach guy is so cute. Robbie, no! Robbie, no! Did you draw me as Chopper? I'm actually faster than light movement is not impossible and would violate. Not only impossible, but would violate. Okay, so actually, yes, faster than light wouldn't really be a thing. And if you want to do space like fights, like people doing like Starship going pew 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 at each other, you must reduce the speed of light, right? And the speed of travel. Don't baldy me. Here's the Hermes. Oh my god, he's absolutely unhinged. Very nice. I really like the construction you did for the objection one. Good work. Pew-pews work because they have no mass. But the problem is if things can travel fast and light, just everyone throws shit at the speed of light, right? Because there's like, it's infinitely easy to predict and infinitely easy to dodge because there's so much space. I don't know. My friend makes a better case for it than I do. $1,280 per PPU is fine. Team Twitch stands strong. Yeah, I'm glad. Should use some colors next time too. No, I definitely need to... There's something weird going on with the arm. It's like it's cutting off the arm. The legs definitely need to shift. Let me just move the torso out of the way. I think the entire head just needs to move down just a little bit because the neck's a bit too long. I don't like this section. It doesn't flow into itself. Same thing with this. Okay, it feels less like diapers now. It was feeling a little bit like diapers for a second. That's a little bit better. Okay, cool. I need to bring back the video for this one. Because, excuse me, at the end of Note 18, I need to put the other thing. Oh, sorry. Gotten distracted. Take shots lying down of its parts. He is here too. How dare you? I randomly love the gesture I did for the Rule 34 meme. It's really nice. You're talking about the one you did for Robbie, right? It's a good encapsulation of the forums. I think it's really good. Let's see, what else? Like stick people, I can't do actual. Ah, you're doing fine. You're identifying big shapes. I think that's good. Here's the declaration. It looks like stick people. He's here too. It's a cool title on my thing. Enter the Twitch banner. I see the Twitch logo now. Take shots lying down over in these parts very well. War it is. Alea Jacta Est. Right on. Feral Bread Goblin. Kai Cannon. I don't know if... Sorry. I don't know if Kai would be a Bread Goblin. I feel like he'd be more of a... Oh my god, what did I do there? I feel like he'd be definitely more of like a noodle demon instead of a bread goblin. I feel like Rufus would be the bread goblin. Goblin, not bread. Oh my god. Oops, I forgot I was doing a thing. Alright, let's see if these line up to some extent. This is always really rough for my computer to like render for some reason. So we'll give it a bit to run. My Latin is not great, I'll be honest. I only had one Latin class in high school. Just a singular class. Then I took French for the other 3 years.
I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see
I can kind of see it.
I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace, but see I don't attain. I look for peace.
Maybe we just drag this one to the left and see how this works. Why only one? What was the point of that? It was like a science and engineering school, right? Their idea was like taking a single course in Latin is going to help strengthen your fundamentals when it comes to science. That was the justification. Anyone like any of these rendered or have the actual liner? I think I would enjoy seeing that chopper one fully lined. It looks so. It's the fucking One Piece meme. Oh my god, the One Piece is real. Can we get much higher?
I don't attain. I love
Oh.
the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain. I love the peace, but see, I don't attain.
Okay, I'm happy with that. It chose the worst one. You don't have to do that one. You should do the one that you want. I just did that one because I like how silly it is. All right, let's. I guess we have time to do some like lining, don't we? Yeah, we got like 2 hours. We got time to make sure that everything is all lined and nice. When I say lined, I mean like fucking tie down, I guess is the correct term, because it's still not like done. We still need to add the clothing and all the colors and everything, so Good time. Bye bye. Yeah. On the legs is cut. On the chopper one? I didn't even notice the legs. I'll be honest. Because the entire focus of the piece is the face, right? And I think you did a great job of capturing Chopper's expression. I'm getting a little bit distracted here. I didn't notice it at least. But it's not like I'm some sort of arbiter of like, I'm the type of person to not really care about stuff, I feel, in other people's work. In my own work, I care a lot. But even more of a reason to do it if you think you did a bad job. Because now, guess what, buddy? Get ready to learn it. You don't have to. Like, I don't think it's super critical, I'll be honest. Specifically, like, the legs in that meme. Ah, close enough. Robert's life is to bring more big sprung fan art into the world. Aw. I should probably draw them more often. Mm. So I was thinking a little bit more about that Kiss the Twink meme. Let's see if I can get some sort of illustration done later today. And start doing that one. And then we'll see if I can like transition it eventually into starting a subscribe star. And then I'll be like interested in doing the Twink Lantern. The what's it called? Thumbnails storyboard is out now on the subscribe star or something, right? And then from there, kind of just like post the work that I do on the individual pages or layouts and stuff like that as I go. That's the plan, at least. So I have until the meme either like flops, because if no one has an interest in it or if it doesn't get picked up, right, then it just will fail, I guess. It's a good sign that I don't have enough people watching to start a subscribe star or something like that. I think, anyway. We don't think about that here. It's always good to have plans for plans. Make our arts and we have an amazing time. Because Subscribestar, one, has their own payment processor separate to, what's it called? Has their own payment processor separate to Visa and MasterCard. And two, Subscribestar is more committed to doing adult content, whereas Patreon has already decided that some art doesn't belong on Patreon, right? And the whole conversation we had about kink and stuff, right? How censorship comes for all of us in time. That's pretty much it. Yep. I'll probably put it on Patreon also, and if Patreon starts blocking that content, then yes. Although I think Patreon specifically does not allow adult content. I read this over and the rest of it over. While we welcome nudity on Patreon, this is only true for creators who follow both community guidelines and these benefit guidelines. There is a fine line between creations and experiences, which is highlighted in our community guidelines. We understand that creators sometimes need to push the boundaries of what is acceptable in society, but we don't allow pornography or sexual services to be funded on Patreon. As a result, you cannot offer the following benefits. I'm still confused. You can post blah sexual relationships, podcasts. Instagram has censored our page. To hell and back over it. I already marked this over 18. Luna Willy coming soon. Censor lubes, but toys are on Patreon might be very explicit content we want to share. We won't risk losing our Patreon. So the guideline is written in a way that makes me very suspicious about whether or not they're going to remain committed to adult work in the near future, right? Yeah. That is probably my guess. So, you know, it's one of those things that I don't trust Patreon. You know, it's gotten very big and it's just not super great, I'll be honest. But that's just me being paranoid, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that Patreon is going to do like a not safe work purge, but it also would not surprise me with all of the Christian nationalists coming into power here in the United States. It would not surprise me if that was not allowable, right? Just because some crazy right-wing politician can just be like, and look at Patreon, people are putting porn up there, and then Patreon has to nuke all of its content. Like, what's it called? I don't know. Tumblr did. I'm trying to think of a more recent example because I know it happened, but the stuff with like OnlyFans also happened too. Anyway, neither here nor there. I don't trust any company, to be frank. I don't trust Subscribestar either. Because the model is blow up and act like you don't know nobody, right? That is the model for these websites. Twitter? Oh yeah, sure, we allow not safe for work content. Second it starts to get popular, well, we only allow some not safe for work content, right? It's the reason why pornography acts like a canary in the coal mine for like free speech rights. Because it's pretty much the first thing that always gets targeted. So pretty much anyone who doesn't support pornography does not support free speech, kind of, in a way, right? I guess anyone who doesn't support pornography as free speech doesn't support free speech. There we go. Should also do something for September. I don't know what September is. The fuck is that? Twitch event to give out discounts on subs for September. Oh, interesting. I do have those. Maybe I'll do them on Friday for Silk Song? Question mark? Maybe we'll do that Monday. How does that sound? Monday, if you show up and you get a sub, we'll do like a drawing a scrunklo, right? We'll draw you a little scrunklo. So the ones that I was doing where you draw like person, forehead, big eyes. Your scrunklo here. Why is this so laggy? What the hell? Maybe we'll do something like that. I don't know if it sounds like that much of a plan. It could sound like more of a plan, I feel. No, that doesn't fit in there. Whew. 4 years, let your skin turn pink. Eat too much and you'll get sick. Shrimps are pretty rich. Speaks a little bit high, doesn't it? Oh, not super, but I think I prefer it like that. Hmm. I think that should be fine like that. Mhm. Oh, we got plenty of time left. Okay. I think Kit has finally collapsed into slumber. Oh, I could have sworn that message on Discord would have been from there. 52 Bumbo Blood Clot Pussy Wagon Chicken Nugget. What is this?
52 Bumbo Blood Clot Pussy Chicken Nugget.
I love this meme so much. What? Great Mouse Detective saving Disney Animation Studios' ass is so fucking funny. Imagine being the executives of the branch of the studio and you're being threatened with closure after Black Cauldron got the shit beaten out of it by the motherfucking Care Bears movies. You go to the creative team, the only ones who actually care about making good shit, and say, okay guys, we're gonna need a huge hit to save us. What have you got? And they're like, Mouse Sherlock Holmes with a striptease scene. Vincent Price is here. Is striptease scene the great loud detective? Striptease scene is explicitly what saved Disney. Execs were getting ready to shut down the animation branch altogether. Seeing the GMD was the bar scene. They showed it to the higher-ups and impressed them enough to let them keep working on the movie. Mouse Burlesque is the sole reason why Disney animation exists today. Damn it, the power of horny works for the wrong reasons. Fathers be the final authority in the home. I've been married for 30 years. When we got married, we agreed that as the husband, I would make all the big decisions and my wife would make all the small decisions. It's worked out great. I'm just surprised that there have never been any big decisions. Nice. Like is this? What the fuck? Live, laugh, la push. What the fuck is la push? I can't hit my protein. 52 bomba clap chicken nuggets. I'll watch it again.
I will hit my protein. 52
Bomba
bomba
clap.
clap pussy ballon chicken nuggets.
Amazing. 1000% worth it. I'm feeling about a 5. What the fuck is happening? Alright, that's enough of a break. Let's get back to inking. Oh, what the hell? Not before I play chess with my brother. Alright, bruv. No, I can't do that. I have to do it like this. The only thing we can do is he can't block with that. This isn't checked because he can move there, but he basically can't move there. We'll see how this works out. Okay. Not me, basically just fucking sitting on my phone for the last 30 minutes. 10 minutes? 10 minutes. A 10-minute break isn't bad. We should all be so lucky as to have 10-minute breaks every once in a while. You see, excuse me. I can't really see, but I think it's definitely they both curve up, but I haven't been drawing it like that. I've only been drawing that this one curves up. And that is the way I will continue to portray it, because I am lazy. Ah, does this one look for? So it's like a sound. Okay. I'm okay with this. I don't want to do this one today. So we'll do it tomorrow. Other than that, we are getting set. Ooh. Thank you everyone who came by to watch. Made it to the end here. A little bit of a boring stream. Well, a little bit of a quiet stream. I shouldn't say boring because I know that people enjoy watching the process and hanging out. And I appreciate if you are watching this afterwards. Watching it. So thanks so much. You guys have a good day.